All right, good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to today's Microsoft Flight Simulator live stream. I'm your host and pilot, as always, Uncle B. Today, we're going to do three things. One, we're going to do two legs today, leg 29 and 30. This is leg 29, and then once we get here to South Valley Regional in Salt Lake City, we're going to refile our flight plan and head from there all the way over here to Aspen, Colorado. Right there. And this is all in support of today and tomorrow. Our flights will be in support of the efforts by Scruffy Tam to raise money for the family of the 10-year-old girl who died of cancer last week. He raised quite a bit yesterday. He did about a 7-hour stream, but I think the best thing that we can do in the community, good morning, Joseph, is to kind of pick up the slack a little bit and try to help him out, help that family. So there will be a message that will appear every couple minutes in the chat with the link to the donation page. If you can give anything at all, if you can, it's wonderful. If you cannot, it's perfectly fine as well. As Scruffy said yesterday in his stream, and I said as well, everybody knows times are tough for a lot of people. If you cannot do anything, if you can't give any financial support or whatever, don't feel bad about it. It's understandable, but we're trying to get as many people involved as possible for this young girl, her family. This was all a rather sudden, unexpected thing that happened to her. So we're trying, Scruffy and the community, we're rallying around Scruffy, who's rallying around the family. And we're trying to give them something to help put a dent in the costs of the hospital, the medicine, whatever. That's where the money's going to. Scruffy is not keeping a dime of it, or anybody else's. It's all going to the family. So use that GoFundMe page. The link will be in there, and then also if you use the, hold on, let me do this. There you go. So if you just do exclamation point Ava, rather sad 10-year-old girl who is just barely living her life and had, from all accounts, a very bright future ahead of her. And, so this is a family that he knows in his community where he lives in South Carolina. And, he's shed a lot of tears. He's very emotional about this, and so I'm going to do my part today and tomorrow. We're gonna keep the word out there until Friday morning is when he's shutting down the GoFundMe. Whatever's there at that point, he'll get that money to the family, so that it will help them out as whatever it is, it's all worth it. So we'll get started here in a few minutes. We're going to do this leg. I don't think it's going to take 2 hours 53 to do 287 nautical miles. We should get there a little bit quicker since we're heading to the east. So we should have a bit of a tailwind, hopefully, that'll help us get there a little bit quicker. We'll land, we'll stop the flight here, and then I'll refile. We'll go from runway 16 because right now that's the preferred departure and arrival because the wind's coming up through here. So we're gonna take off from there, and then we'll head over to Aspen right there, and we'll wrap things up for the day. So that's what we got going on. And then tomorrow we'll do the next leg of the Route 66 flight going from Gallup to Flagstaff. That might be a bit of a flight. I don't know what I'm flying yet, but we'll try to get whatever we can do to help Scruffy out is greatly appreciated. There you go. So Nightbot's working. Excellent. So that's the plan for today, folks. So yeah, 2 flights today. So whatever you can do, if you can do anything, it's greatly appreciated. Greatly appreciated. And you don't have to put your name out there if you want to donate and you just want to be anonymous, you can do it that way. But you will get a message from Scruffy through the GoFundMe thanking you for your donation. If you don't want to be acknowledged publicly, he will send you a message privately through the GoFundMe to thank you for your donation. So, anywho's, so this is our route for today. So for our first leg of our route, and then I'll change that once we're ready to depart from South Valley Regional and all that. I've already got the weather set. We'll set the time once we're on the runway. I do believe I've got the fuel's already on board. I think I put more than enough to get there. But yeah. And then next week we'll depart from Aspen. We'll head kind of to the north. It's yeah, I'm trying to figure out how best to get the path to get all those states as we continue to head east, because there's a lot of places we haven't gone yet. So I'm trying to make sure I fit all that in going forward. So, but yeah. Oh, then I did verify it for whatever reason. It did have me on the West USA server, so I am on the South. Can't even talk now. Southeast Asia server. So I did double check that. So if anybody's going to fly along, there you go. There's your information. And but yeah, that's our the Tree of Utah. The metaphor to the Tree of Utah. Huh. Okay. Never heard about that before. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. We'll get started here in a couple minutes. I'm going to spawn in. We'll get in the air and make our way east northeast. So got my matter of fact, let me mute that so I don't get pestered by stuff happening in Discord until after I'm done with my stream, my flying. Otherwise, I think people are messaging me, and it turns out it's just people posting in other Discords that I follow. So, all right. All right. I'm gonna step away for just a sec. Just a second. I'll be right back when we get started. All right, I'm back. Let's spawn in here and get going. Make sure my stuff is all set. Didn't. Yep. All right, let's go. We'll adjust the time accordingly. No, thank you, Joseph. All right. Where first nav is 1220. Okay. Oh, is it already? No, it's not. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get going. Away we go. There we go. Trusty salute. The airport there. So yeah, our next part here coming up, that'll be our largest chunk. It'll be 145 nautical miles, and then we have a final leg of 100 or 81 nautical miles, and then we'll be on the ground there in Salt Lake City in the South Valley Regional before we know it. make sure the plane is climbing, but not. I don't want it to go like where we're gonna. All right. All right. No. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. Wow. I just go outside and then suddenly this thing wants to go to the left. Come on, plane. Settle down now. This, excuse me. Alright, we got our first picture done. Yep. Somebody is up. There's Texan. Hey, Texan's over in the Twin Beach. Hello, Texan. How are you? Welcome along. If anybody wants to join in, more than welcome. I tell you, it was a really. I watched. Well, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I came in and when Scruff was. He had already started his stream when I finished mine, and I tell you, one of the amazing things about this community is when there's people in need. You know, somebody in the flight sim community knows that person and will say, you know, let's see what we can do together to help somebody out. And it's not. This wasn't something that Scruffy had to do. Well, I guess kind of, but he didn't have to put the time and effort in, right? To help this family, but he felt it important, partly because he's got grandkids, same age as Ava. He couldn't imagine losing any of his own kids at that age. He felt, again, this is somebody, a family that he knows personally in his community. And so, yeah, you feel like there's only so much some organizations may be able to do, but lots of people would probably just say, well, it's unfortunate, and not be bothered by it. And I don't think Scruff's really bothered by it. It's just that he feels that if there's something he can do, utilizing the flight sim community in a positive way to help this family out, then that's a worthy cause, right? And there's lots of worthy causes out there, but cancer certainly is one of them. Lots of people were talking last night about, or yesterday, in general, family members that they've lost to cancer. And I've lost, my grandfather had brain cancer. Almost lost my grandmother to lung cancer because both her and my grandfather both smoked religiously. You're welcome, Scruff. You're absolutely welcome. I'm happy to help out. It is a worthy cause. We've all known, or at least a majority of people in this world have known people who died from cancer, whether it's family, friends, whatever. It's a terrible disease. It does. I worked when I worked at the hospital. My last job, I worked on the oncology floor and watched, the people who, would help bring them down to for their treatment, and to see people so wiped out from getting the chemo, they just want it to be over with, and it's like, oh, I got to go back tomorrow, or I get, they would just look at me like I get a few days rest, and then I got to go back and do it all over again. And it's very draining for the patient. It's very draining for the family. It's not an easy thing to deal with, and I can't imagine being that young and having to cope with that. That is so heartbreaking. And so yeah, whatever we can do, it shouldn't just be something that's on your shoulders to help. We can help carry the burden, I guess, in a way, for lack of a better term. We can help you help that family, and that's, to me, is the most amazing thing about this community. Is, as Scruff said last night, this is all people coming together from around the world, wherever people may live, that can hear our voices and watch our streams. If they can do anything, even a little bit, whatever, it doesn't mean you have to write a check for $10,000 and but if there's anybody that we can reach in our community, and yeah, a lot of us all follow the same streamers and stuff like that, but if there's anybody else who hasn't heard and can say and can do even a little bit, whatever they can give, whatever you can give, it's greatly appreciated. If you can't, again, it's understandable. It's a tough time of the year. Everybody's thinking about the holidays, or money's otherwise already tied up. You know, you've had to pay the bills and buy gifts. And hey, Texan, hello, how are you? Um, you know, it's understandable. It's not, you know, we're not trying to guilt anybody into. Don't go in. You know, as Scruffy said the other night. I'm going to kind of use a lot of what Scruffy said to impress upon people what we're doing. Don't put yourself in a financial burden to help this family out. If you're struggling as well, don't add to the struggle. Morning, Mick. You know, to help out. I know sometimes it's, you know, that feels like the right thing to do, but if you're already struggling, don't put yourself into a further struggle. You know, it's understandable. Don't, you know. So, yeah, whatever you can do. Again, if you want your name to be known, well, I don't have access to the information, but regardless of how you donate today, if you can, Scruffy will send you a message through the GoFundMe thanking you for your donation. You know, he's not streaming today, but you know, whatever he can do to acknowledge your uh, your donation, he'll do that. But if you don't want your name to be known or anything like that, you can make an anonymous donation as well. So, but that's all on him. He has access to all that information. I don't. Oh, they did phenomenal. When I got into his stream yesterday, Mick, he was at $740 raised, and I think by the time he ended last night, he was up to almost $2,300 total. But he's got it open till Friday morning, so I told him I would continue to, you know, my stream today and tomorrow. We'll keep the information out there until he shuts it down and can get that money to the family to help them out. And you know, it's yeah. But I tell you, if you missed the stream yesterday from Scruff, excuse me, I'll give him a shout out. There you go. 2,285. Nice. So we're making there's still a little dent in there. I'll tell you, it was a very emotional stream yesterday, and you know, Scruff, like I said earlier, you know, he shed a lot of tears over this, and I think it's because he's a father and a grandfather, and you know, can't imagine what that family is going through. And you know, it was everybody in the community. Somebody designed a special plane, a special livery for him to fly yesterday with her favorite colors, and then on the very last airport, somebody made a nice wreath on a like a tripod or whatever with a streamer with her name coming off the wreath, and it was just absolutely amazing to see people who don't know this family, who know Scruff, or you know, just the community in general, to put the time in to do all that. You know, it was absolutely amazing, and very heartwarming, very touching to see people put their creative abilities into something like that. You know, I think is phenomenal. Yeah, that was really awesome. I mean, I think it's just amazing that somebody can create that and put it in the flight sim at the end of the runway, so people can pull up there and have a moment of remembrance for the young girl. You know, it's just it's amazing, and you know, it's in a virtual world. You know, that's the crazy part. You know, that you can do that, and when 230. So just a small adjustment here. Heading of 72. But yeah, the livery on the aircraft, the wreath at the end, just absolutely amazing stuff. And everybody who took part in that last night or yesterday, you know, fantastic stuff. Yeah, it does look. That's the amazing part is that if you didn't know it was in a simulator, it looks real. Like, and I'm sure people are like, "Where can I go to see this?" And and take pictures. And no, it's just it's in the simulator, but it looks real enough, and that's the amazing part. I think. But yeah, it's. Yeah, for people to do that was really phenomenal. I think to put that time and effort to create all that stuff to help you remember her. You know. Um, yeah. All right, so on our way to our next leg. On our next leg here, 140 something nautical miles. Uh, yeah, it was good stuff. And but I'm glad I kept checking because I'm like, okay, at some point you were gonna end the stream, and I was like, well, let me check, and it just so happened when I checked that last time was when you were coming into the last airport there, and I was like, oh, here's the big ending here for the stream, and yeah, it was absolutely fantastic stuff. But that's, I was thinking about it, um, while from your stream, and one of the great things about these communities, and it's not just the flight sim community. I've seen it in other gaming communities where something happens and people get together to raise money. They have a charity event of some kind, and you know. And that's the great thing about, I think, the gaming community in general, is that there everybody knows people from all over, and or if they're lifelong friends, whatever the case may be, and the power of that to get people to come together is absolutely incredible. I think um, but the unfortunate thing too is sometimes it takes a tragedy for people to come together and say, oh yeah, we can donate, and it's unfortunate, but at the same time it's sometimes that's the wake up call that we need to say, hey, there's people suffering, there's people in need, families going through a tragedy of some kind, and what can we do to make a positive difference? And unfortunately there's people who can't quite grasp that concept of making a positive difference. All of that knucklehead last night that wanted to try to argue what was the point of flight sim, and all that, which I thought was, and it's like, dude, do you not realize what's going on here? Like, I call it that situational awareness. That person had absolutely no situational awareness last night. That here you were trying to do something positive. It was very emotional, and they just came in and tried to all over it. Um, Several flight simmers do fundraisers for them, and I was supposed to be one of those. Yes. Yeah, I remember you were talking about Fly Lilo, and you were going to help raise money for Fly Lilo, um, who donate equipment to simmers who have disabilities, and so that they're allowed to still fly flight sim or whatever that they like to do as far as gaming goes. Um, yeah, there's so many things that you can get involved in a positive way in this community. That's the amazing part, I think. There's always something to do, and a way to be a positive impact. But unfortunately, there's those people who can't. uh, yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, it's the people who like, oh, they talk about racing on Monday. Oh, the driver should. Well, why don't you drive? Well, 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 I mean, if you have all this knowledge, why aren't you doing it? Or even, I used to always tell people, that would come into streams, whether it was mine or others, and they'd say, well, you should be doing this. Well, okay, do you stream? Well, no. Okay, then why are you coming in telling me how I should do my stream if you're not streaming? That's not. So if you think you know better, why don't you stream, and then you can do it your way? you know. But yeah, that was just, oh my goodness. And everybody was just kind of like, dude, you're really off base here. But just no situational awareness to say, oh, I see what's happening here. Maybe I shouldn't be an idiot today. But some people can't help it. Unfortunately, but yeah, there's and now that Twitch has a thing for charity, that if you have something that you're passionate about, that you can raise money for, um, there that's the positive thing about gaming in general. I think you can do all this stuff, and you can help others. You can raise money for a cause, whether it's through just even something maybe like the Red Cross, whenever there's like a major catastrophe somewhere in the world. Uh, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. And to see, hello, Milla. Yes, you're right, Texan, absolutely. You're absolutely right about that. Absolutely. That person was just not having it, didn't even. And you have to wonder, like, did they know and they just didn't care? Like, oh, somebody's trying to do something positive. I'm a miserable SOB, and yeah, like even Forder came in and brought in a whole bunch of people yesterday, which raised the awareness of others, um, you know, which was really awesome. Um, you know, so yeah, I mean, I'm in the bigger scheme of things. I'm the small fish in the pond. Whereas a lot of you all have been streaming for quite some time. You built that relationship, you know, uh, and all that. So even if I can play a small part in some way, uh, to help out, I'm happy to do that. But I'm under no illusions that I'm the bigger fish in the pond here. Where somebody like Forder or Two Tone is going to raid my channel with 300 people, we'll get more people involved or whatever. But yeah, that was really awesome to see him come in and spend some time and raise. Oh, I had Taco Bell last night. Of course, the unfortunate part was the DoorDash driver took the food to a different door, so I had to run around trying to find my food before somebody snagged it. So yeah, that's like the second time recently that's happened, where somebody can't follow simple instructions. Yeah. Oh yes, I was. I didn't even leave them a review because if I was going to, I was going to leave a 1 star and be very forthright and expeditious in my words. And oh, there you are. And well, I'm like, it's just not worth it. So yeah, it was. But yeah, that's what I had for dinner last night. I had the chicken chalupas and a crunchy taco. But yeah, whatever I can do, even if my voice is small, whatever I can lend to it, Scruff, I'm happy to do that. And whatever whatever we can do today and tomorrow to try to get as much as you can give to that family when you cash that out. Yeah, um, yeah, exactly. I thought about it. I'm like, it's it's fine. I got food. It was just annoying because I'm like running around trying to figure out which part of the complex the driver left my food at. Sometimes they've left it across the street at a completely different building that's not even part of our complex. So, yeah. Anyways. All right, 118 to our second navigation point, which is a vortex? I think these are all vortex. Well, this is certainly going a little bit better than it did yesterday, trying to fly to Winnemucca. Back tomorrow. Route 66 Friday will be in the Twin Beach, South America there. From Venezuela to Guyana. A nice flight down there. Some nice scenery. Once we get to South Valley Regional, we'll. Oh, I was saying that the driver, I was gonna leave a thing, but it's just not. There's no reason to do it. Plus, it's not the first time that a driver has brought the food to the wrong place. Because when I saw because they take the photo. Oh, you're welcome, Scruff. I'm glad to help out. And like I said, when you ended and you went into somebody else's stream, I was thinking about it. I'm like, what else can I do to help out? And so we're gonna do this leg, and then we're gonna do another one. We're gonna go from South Valley over to Aspen, so that we just try to get a little bit more time on the air. So if anybody can help out, it's greatly appreciated. Again, it's not if you can't, it's fine. Um, but if you can give, whatever you can give is greatly appreciated as well. And you'll get a nice message thanking you from Scruff through the GoFundMe page. Um, so, but yeah, since Scruff's not streaming today, streaming today, I just thought, well, at least I can try to pick up a little bit of the slack and all that. So. But yeah, so I just hello Bex, how are you? Nice to see you here. Well, sometimes you do, unfortunately, we do end up screaming at this thing. Oh, because stuff happens and you're just like, what, why? What is it doing to me? I don't get it. Yeah, yesterday was, oh my goodness. So we're almost there, and then the plane decides to turn around and go back the other way on its own with the wind. I tell you, it was like a big conspiracy. On a quick, lighthearted note, we'll have a quick story time that's brought to you by Joseph Adams, as he went to his grandmother's house, his Nan's house, as they say in the UK, because she was having some problems with the lights and electricity and whatever else. And it reminded me, ages ago, way back in the day, when I was in high school, when I was a junior in high school, I took this class called Bex, you made it back safely from the shops, then you didn't get hit with a walking stick. I took a class called ROP, Regional Occupational Program. And it was my high school, and there was like 3 high schools in the area that were part of this. And one of the classes you could take, which, I really enjoy, because you go in the morning, was hotel management stuff. And you get to experience different parts of working in the hotel industry. Whether you were working in the banquet or the putting together like a big banquet hall, like a big party or something, whatever. Whether you work as a bus boy at the coffee shop, or working at the front desk, or being a bellhop, whatever, right? So you would get, or you could even work as a maid, and they would. So they put you in these different parts of the hotel for a short while, just to, give you some experience. And for some people, it led to a job. Well, it did for me that summer between my junior and senior year. I was a bus boy at the coffee shop there at the Hyatt in Oakland. The summer that Oakland hosted the All-Star game. So, but the one job that I was really interested in, but they weren't looking for people to hire on, was in the maintenance area, where you go, you go around and fix stuff around the hotel, or replace sockets and whatever. But part of it was also the vacuum cleaners that the maids use to clean the rooms. They would maintain those. And so one of the days I was there, and they had to replace some of the the plugs on the end of the power cord. So the guy showed me. He said, "Okay, you take the cover off and you unscrew these wires and you put a new plug on there. You tighten down the wires and do the plug it in to check it to make sure that it works." So I do all that, but the one that I did it correctly, and the only way I found out was when I plugged it in, I didn't put the cover back over the wires, so I had my hand over the wire when I plugged it in the socket. I got one hell of a jolt. Luckily, I let go, because if I had, there was only me in that little office, in the little maintenance area. So if I hadn't let go, I probably would have really would have zapped myself, and that would have been the end of me. But boy, that was a woo-wee. And so the guy came in a few minutes afterwards, and he's like, "You okay?" And I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Let me guess." I told him, I said, "Yeah." He said, "Just make sure you put the cover back over the thing before you plug it in." My goodness. Oh, yeah. Hello, Infidel Fireman. How are you? Nice to see you here. Yeah. Oh, but I really enjoyed it. I ended up getting that the busboy job. Because I did work like in their the banquet sort of group, and the manager for at the time the manager of the coffee shop, he'd seen me and seen me work and hello, Flash Tatego. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the Uncle B Sim channel. Yeah, I do like living on the edge. Yeah. We are doing a flight in the Junkers 52. We're doing a tour across America in the Junkers. We're doing legs 29 and 30, but we're also doing a charity. We're trying to raise money for a family who lost their 10-year-old daughter to cancer last week. So that's the young girl there, Ava. So helping another streamer to raise money for the family to help with their medical bills. So yeah, well, I was thinking about that when Joseph was talking about they went over to his nan's house, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that time. Nice. Oh, you know what they did? Get this. The other day, I think when I was watching, between watching Scruffy and watching Pulse last night, they brought out this. Well, I think did they take it away? I don't see it parked here. Well, maybe it is still. So they brought out this little like cart thing with a brush on the front to help clean up the snow. Not like because normally they would bring out somebody would have a pickup truck with the plow on the front to clean up the snow and all that. No, they brought this little thing, and boy, I tell you, they didn't do much of anything to this parking lot back here. So, yeah, but nice to see that you made it home safe from Jersey. Yeah, nice to see you all here today, middle of the week. Getting close to the end of the year already. I cannot believe, I was telling the driver when I went up to Syracuse on Monday, so, it's just weird that this years seem to go by very quickly. He said, yeah, when you get older, the times it seems to go quicker. You know. So yeah, that's the sad part. Is no matter how much you try to slow things down, it's like the time goes quicker. Next thing you know, your kids are growing up, and yeah, that too. You lose your yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah, it was. I tell you, it was an amazing stream last night. Even if I didn't hear all of it, it was. The amount of people coming in to show support. And Scruff had like at least maybe half a dozen raids throughout the stream yesterday. You had the big one from Forder, and then you had a bunch of other ones. Yeah, absolutely amazing support. Yeah, I thought for sure I counted at least 6. Maybe there was more, or maybe there was less. I don't know, but I thought for sure at least half a dozen. But at least that's the ones I saw. But there might have been before I showed up on the scene after I got done flying yesterday. Yeah, unfortunately, that I don't remember when they closed it. I know it was when they closed that Hyatt, but it's gone. That whole oh, 5, nice. See, I wasn't too far off. Yeah, they closed that Hyatt and they demolished it. I guess whoever they sold the land or the property or whatever, and now there's a movie theater there and like a strip mall stuff and. I can't blame them though, because that hotel was. I don't know if they could even have re. Yeah, yeah, that one troll. Oh, that was just wow. You know, I was telling Pulse last night over in his stream what had happened, and he said, "Well, then, you could ask them. So you go out to eat? Yeah. Well, why do you go out to eat when you can stay home and cook your own meals?" Yeah. So who's it? It must have been somebody else that I missed. That was the half troll. But yeah, like if you're gonna, why would you go out to eat if you can make your own meals? you know, and that's a valid point. But anyway. What can you do? And I'll tell you, bless you, Scruff, because I know you try to be a more like a knot or mosquito. Yeah. You try to be reasonable with the person, that one person in particular, and but after a while, you just, I think you realize, yeah, this isn't. This person's just not hearing it. So what? All right, we are going to have to make sure we get over. Oh! I thought it stuttered. I thought for sure it froze up there for a second. Yeah, I mean something like that. It's like you're coming in, and this is supposed to be a like Scruffy Stream is generally a very positive. Uh, oh, taking the no. Oh, yes. Okay, I know who you're talking about. Yes, yes, yeah. Yeah, I was like, really? Come on now. This is supposed to be about this is about something else in you're making it about you, and that's not cool. Oh, fly outside. Can't you fly out? No. But except well, hey, if you want to look outside, why don't you stream your own view, and then you can do your own thing. Goodness gracious. But yeah, now I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I figured as much. As soon as you're like, no, I want to be right here, I'm like, Scrubs. I had a feeling that was the case. But for a moment there, I thought, well, maybe Scruff didn't hear him, but I'm like, no, I think he heard him. He's just like, yeah, that was just, oh my goodness. That's what I'm knowing. Yeah, I've wondered, like, I'm like, what did Miller just say that Joseph's responding to? Yeah, that was when you're like, no, I'm gonna just be right here. All right, this is gonna be the tricky part here. We should be climbing. Thought I put enough. Okay. What we may have to do. I think we're gonna fly through this valley. I wasn't planning on this, but well, at least we get some nice scenery here. I tell you, that scenery in South Africa was really nice yesterday. This one's gonna go. He's doing nap of the earth right there. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through here so we can get a clear spot, and then we'll get back on track. And you said when you're a mod, you don't. No, Amela doesn't mess. You're absolutely right, Joseph. Amela does not mess around. Part of that's because of all the work he's done being a mod for Dovetail Games and all the numpties that come into those live streams about the for the roadmap that he's had to. I mean, it's no different than the people that come into the streams for Flight Sim. When Jorg and them are trying to talk and they keep spamming the same question. What about this? What about this? Answer my question. Answer my question. Why are you ignoring me? Because you're being a jackass. That's why. What else do you want to know? Alright, we're just going to cut through here. Glad we made that out of that okay. Oof. I think that was the one spot I was worried about, right there. Oh yeah. Yeah, they one of the times, I think one of the last times I watched the live stream, the Q&A with Jorg and the folks from Asobo, yeah, it's just like the dovetail ones that, you know, it starts off okay and then it just, you know, eventually they come in and they start asking all these questions, and I get it. For them, it's a legitimate question, right? They're wanting to know about a particular thing, but you know, the mods have said repeatedly, this is not the topic that we're going to be covering today. You know, maybe in a future stream they'll answer your question, but today we're covering this. And, you know, these are the topics that, you know, Jorg is going to cover, or Marshall, or, you know, whoever from, or Seb, I think it is, from Asobo. That these are the topics that they're going to touch on, in, you know, or if you have questions about these specific things, they'll be happy to answer them. And oh my goodness, people just cannot quite get it. And you know, after a while, you're just like, dude, you're being disruptive to the chat. You know, you're disrespecting the people who are trying to watch, and you know. You're disrespecting Jorg and everybody, in a way, you know. But you think that you're being funny, or, you know, and again, in their mind, that their question is very serious, and they're just trying to understand something, but, you know, yeah, it's just, oh my goodness. But you know, it's no different. You know, the folks from Dovetail get on there and they're trying to give out information, and you know, take reasonable questions in relation to what they're talking about, or that they're previewing, whatever. But some people, they're just like, but no, I want to talk about this other thing that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Well, no, that's not how it works. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I watched a live stream for Dovetail, to be honest. That's been ages. I used to watch them fairly regularly too, but nope, not anymore. Oh, speaking of which, so there was an update for my Train Symbol 3 last night, so I updated it. So I went in there just to see what was what, and lo and behold, the 3 routes, now of course I'm on the Game Pass, so I didn't pay for anything, but suddenly the 3 routes that you get with the base Train Sim World 3, the Cajon Pass, the German route, and Southeastern High Speed, then it had to get ready. Oh, no worries, Texan. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out for a while. Hopefully you have a good day at work. Thanks for flying along for a while. Nice to see you. Yeah. But, what was I going to say? So yeah, so I had to go back and download those routes again because all I had was the training center. I was like, what the hell happened to my routes? Not that I paid for them, so they're not really mine. But I'm like, where did my stuff go? And of course, they put in something saying, well, on this update, your stuff might have gotten removed by accident, and so just download it again. Yeah, so I spent some time on the German route, trying to look for the collectibles. So, yeah, it was. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that people come in, and it's whether it's like Dovetail Games or Microsoft slash Asobo. Oh, Train Sim World 3. If you're on if you got Game Pass, Texan, just get the base one. Don't pay for anything and just enjoy it. And then if you want to buy more stuff, that's my recommendation. I wouldn't give them any money personally, but yeah, the 3 routes that you get on Game Pass they're great. There's enough to do there. Because you got the freight route, Cajon Pass, which is really good, and then you have there's a German route, and then which you can do the ice trains, which are like fast services, and then you have the Southeastern High Speed, which they have a fast service. Yeah, it does. It's one of those ones that it just takes some time and practice, and once you get a handle on it, it's pretty fun. Yeah, I was just kind of I was like, I haven't been on there in a while, and it's like, oh, they had an update. Let me see what they got. And I'm like, where did all my stuff go? Like man. So I had to go download it again. The routes, which I'm gonna do. It scared me. Yeah, I know, Mick. I know. But the Cajon Pass isn't, that's the funny thing. Jody, oh my goodness, she freaks out about the freight stuff, and it's not that bad, really. It just, once you get the train moving, it's okay. Just takes practice getting it going. But I do like the dynamic weather. That's pretty cool. Like when I was running around the German route last night, it started snowing. So, yeah, I was just trying to finish up the collectibles. I need to go on and find the guide and start at one end and work my way all the way to the other end, which is not always easy to do. But yeah, they tried to make it a little bit easier, especially on a Cajon Pass, because you get on the throttle a little bit, but you got the brakes on, and then once you build up enough RPMs, then you release the brakes, and then the train will start moving. Whereas before, you get off the brakes, and then you're trying to get the throttle going, and then you start rolling backwards, and then you go through a red light by accident. Well, that's the thing, Texan, is a lot of people don't do the tutorials. They're just like, oh, I can jump in here, it'll be fine. And they're like, why can't I get... They rage quit, and then they're like, oh, it's a crap product, the game's crap. Did you do the tutorial? No. Well, why don't you do the tutorial? Why should I have to do the tutorial? Because there's stuff there that you may not realize that you need to do. And the great thing is, you can replay the tutorial as often as you want. Like if you... And I used to do it, like if I hadn't done a certain train in a while, and I'm like, I better go through the tutorial again so I don't look like an idiot on the stream. So, but yeah, you can do the tutorial as many times as you want. There's not a limit on it. So, yes, that's true too, Mick. I do agree. There was stuff that they didn't tell you about that you had to kind of figure out. That's one thing they do need to get better at. Absolutely. And that's why I think most people just skip it. They're just like, well, you don't tell me everything, so why should I care about doing the tutorial? It has no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, it's yeah, you're right though. There was a lot of stuff that they didn't include in the tutorials. Oh my goodness, the new routes. I was looking at the prices for them, like almost $40 US, and I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. No. Not a chance. That's just way too much money for what they're putting out. I could see 20, 25, but almost 40? No. I'm sorry. It's going to be a buggy product. It's going to take them freaking decades to get a patch out there. Not literally, but figuratively. And then once that patch arrives, and then something else will be broken, and they'll have to spend another decade finding the fix for the other thing that they broke. And no, thank you. Don't get me. Yeah, I know. I know, Mick. I know. But yeah, it was. Nope, can't do it. Those prices are just, to me, it's just so freaking unreasonable that it's like, and the bad part. Well, I shouldn't say. The thing though is there's going to be people who are going to gladly hand that money over. Here you go. I got the new toy. I got the new shiny route, and then it's full of bugs. Oh my goodness, yesterday. Prime example. I'm on the German route. I'm running, looking for collectibles. I fall through the frickin' map. I fall through the virtual world, and I just keep falling, and I'm just like, terrific. This thing's been out how long, and there's still this problem? Yeah. You want me to give you $40 for a new route? I don't think so. I don't think so. As soon as I fell through the hole in the map, or the hole in the world, whatever you want to call it, I was like, nope. I said I'm done for the night now. This is the point where the game's telling me it's time to go to bed. No, I was just running around. I was running down the tracks, and I was going over this bridge kind of area, and there was like this. You could see it like there's this weird white silverish area on the ground, and I didn't even think about it because I just thought it was just the way that the light was, whatever, and then I just ran. I kept going, and boop, I just fell right through and. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that's the universe telling me it's time to call it a night. No. Oh, I would have. Oh no. Stuff like that, I would be hoping I would be streaming, because then I can send it to Dovetail and go like, really, guys, really? What? I'm in the cab and the train just follows through the thing, through the world. Like, what? I still remember that time when Richard was on Long Island Railroad, and it was one strange thing after another. First, you had the passengers were on the track, like not just one passenger, but there was like several passengers. Like it was like, I'm gonna say this, and I'm not trying to make light of anybody who's committed suicide or anything, but it was like the characters in the game, the passengers in the game were committing suicide. It was that strange. Like it was just very like creepy. And then all of a sudden, with no warning at all, there's another train in front of him, and then bam, he goes into the back of the train, and that was the end of this. Like you know, he couldn't complete the service. It was just so like, when I saw that, I was like, no, that could not be the case. I put in a trouble ticket for him to Dovetail. I'm like, you guys got to see this. This is very disturbing. Yeah, oh my goodness, like, what is going on here? Like, are the passengers revolting against Dovetail Games because they don't like the clothes that they put on them or something? Like, oh man, yeah, it was very just, ooh. I still get heebie-jeebies about that one. Just, ugh. Yeah, that was just, ooh. That was it was like it was one of those like independent horror movies or something, you know? Oh my goodness. I don't know if whatever they did about it, but yeah, you go to this point in the video, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Yes. Well, yeah, exactly. But that was the weird thing. It was just like one problem on top of another, and there was no indication of what was getting ready to happen. Whereas it wasn't like there was a red and then he just kept going. It was like, bam, suddenly the train was there in front of him, and before he knew it, yeah, exactly. That was the weird part, but yeah. But they won $40 for a new route today. No. No. I maybe give you $20. Maybe 15 if it's on sale, but yearly 40? No. You fooled me enough times that you've ruined your reputation is sullied with me. I can't do it. Just like I cannot. Oh, I should have muted myself. Sorry, I was drinking some coffee. I cannot fathom this. How in Flight Sim, in the marketplace, bestseller, the B-52. How? And I'm like looking at how many sales they made, and they're saying it's a bestseller, and I'm like, no, I don't see it. The math is not adding up. I don't care if you bring out a scientific calculator, a freaking abacus or whatever. The math does not say that it's a bestseller. What are the worst ratings in the marketplace, and they're saying it's a bestseller? Somebody's been smoking some pretty powerful stuff. If they think that's a bestseller, I don't think bestseller means what they think it means. You know? Oh, their definition may be way off. I'm just like, how in the world? Boy, somebody's smoking some good stuff. You must. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I ever told this story. Oh boy. Years ago, again, me and a buddy I was working with, we went to Santa Cruz to go fishing, right? Because you can go fishing off the pier there. You have the beach boardwalk, but there's a pier that has some like seafood restaurants, bait and tackle shop, stuff like that. So we're like, we're just gonna go and hang out. We didn't really expect to catch anything. It was more just a day to hang out there in Santa Cruz. And we're just sitting there minding our own business, and this guy comes up and just starts talking about all kinds of stuff, and then he gets onto this whole thing about how the weed grown in Alaska is the best weed ever. Like, he's super convinced, and he's doing his part to convince the rest of the world that the weed grown in Alaska is the best weed you could ever smoke. And so I was we were just kind of joking with him, right? And I said, why don't you do a movie about it? Said, what do you mean? I said, because in Santa Cruz it's a very big community of surfers, right? And there was the surf documentary that I think they made like 3 of them called The Endless Summer. Oh, he might have been Amela. He might have been. But I said, wait, yeah. And I said, well, you could call it the endless winter because it always seems like it's winter up there in Alaska. And he stopped and he's like, that's not a bad idea. He wanted our phone numbers, like, we're like, no, dude, I don't have, like, we had to convince him, and he finally bought it. No, I don't have a phone, don't believe in the phones, and, all this other, oh my goodness. But he was so convinced that the marijuana in Alaska was the best that you could ever smoke anywhere. And now the funny thing was, my buddy was trying to argue with him because he went to school up in Humboldt County, up in Northern California. They swear that their weed's the best weed ever. But this guy, my buddy and I looked, he finally walked away. What was that all about? Oh my goodness. Oh man, it was just too funny though. Endless winter, and he's like, it's not a bad idea. I like that. Oh man. I think he might have been though. He might have been. He was high on something because he was just, but he was so like lucid as well. Like he could reason. But otherwise he was just like, okay, dude. Berkeley's up that way north, a couple hours. If you just go that way, I'm sure there'll be people there that you could find that will tell you about weed and all that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, my buddy, he went to school up in Humboldt he got his degree in geology or something. But he said, "Oh man, that is like the quintessential party school." He was part of the band up there as well. He said, "Oh man, we used to talk about parties." Like they had a his alma mater was there at UC Davis one year for Battle of the Bands, and so we went up there for that, and like everybody knows everybody, all the band people know each other. We went to a party at a barn. Oh my goodness. Drinking, people, it was crazy. But it was a lot of fun. I had a good time. All right, almost to our second nav point there, and then we got another chunk coming up at 81 nautical miles. And then we'll be in Salt Lake. Then we'll refile and head over to Aspen, Colorado. Strange people, strange times. On a more serious note, if you can, if you have already donated to helping the family out there for Ava, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for your generosity. If you can give, that's wonderful. If you cannot, it's perfectly understandable. Like I said earlier, the Scruff said the same thing yesterday in his stream. If you're able to give, it's wonderful. But if you can't, it's okay as well. If you could at least send some positive thoughts, prayers, best wishes to the family, whichever you feel compelled to do. Any support is appreciated, financial or otherwise. And I didn't realize this until I think Scruff said last night. And if Scruff, if you're still here, Infidel, if you're still here, and is Ava, was she a middle child? She's got a younger and older sibling, I think. Did I understand that correctly yesterday? I think that's what I understood to be the case, but I'm not sure. But I mean, I can't. Not only the parents, but now her siblings, if that's the case, that she's got siblings, that the impact on them as well. Man. That's just unfortunate. So we still got one more flight to do after we get to South Valley Regional. Park it, we'll shut it down, and we'll create a new flight plan. Get in the air, and I think the second one is going to be a little bit shorter. But just like this one, we may have to kind of skirt around some mountains. This looks familiar. Mick, I think you and I have landed here before. K-E-N-V. Isn't that... Hold on a second. Isn't that... I think... Isn't that Area 51? That's Area 51 right there below us. No. Wait, no. Window. Looks familiar. Like, I feel like we've landed there, you and I, Nick. Because this looks familiar because we came in. It was like coming around this mountain. We came in on this runway right there. It looks familiar. Because I think we were both in Spitfires. That's Wendover, Utah. Okay, never mind. It looks familiar, but I could be wrong. Area 51 is not in Utah, but that airport looks familiar. Yeah, we both landed there. It was one of the ones that we were flying the Spitfire together. We were coming, we flew in over here somewhere. Yeah, because I remember we came around, there was like this mountainous area that we came around and landed there at the other end, and then he landed. It was like one of the first times I think he had a landing there that was he didn't go scorching off the runway after he landed. It looks familiar, but again, I could be wrong. Alright, 7 nautical miles to our second navigation point, and then we're going to dial in. I'm in 680. It just looked familiar. Then we get our second leg in. Oh, so I found a better way of getting our information as far as landing and the the wind and all that. It should show this time. Let's see if it. Yeah, that's it. METAR TAF.com. I think it's better than the other one. I was trying to find the information for our departure airport. It would not come up. I tried finding information for our second destination today of Aspen. I couldn't get any information on from the other website that I was using for picking the runways and all that based on the wind. But this one's a little bit easier to understand. They show you the wind direction. It'll tell you which runway. They highlight the number. There's a page that has all this information, and it'll say the direction with the greatest headwind component is highlighted, used for crosswind calculation. This does not necessarily mean this is the direction, that this direction is in use. So we're going to land on runway 16 here in South Valley, but that does not necessarily mean in the real world that runway 16 is the runway of choice. It may not be the case, but that's how we're going to land it today. All right, we're going to cross over this, and we'll on our final board tack there. We're just going to kind of continue on this heading. 16 0. All right, 80 nautical miles, just under 80. There we are. Yeah, the other one's a bit suspect. I don't know. I could not get it to pick up that our departure there in Winnemucca. Something's happened. I don't know why it's not getting the METAR information, other than the fact that it's a non-towered airport, and it looks like there's the weather is really cold there. It's like negative 1 or 2 degrees Celsius in Salt Lake City right now. Well, right now it's saying it's 0 degrees Celsius in Salt Lake City, in that area. But I couldn't get couldn't get the information to pop up. So I don't know what's going on with their. I don't know if their website is acting up, or if they're, I don't know, but see over here in Aspen it says we have invalid airport runways data, so can't display it. Sorry, try other nearest airport. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with their stuff, but very strange. Yeah, I'm going to be using them for the near future, as long as I can get the information from that METAR-TAF.com. and you can sign up for a uh, free account, but it has ads that show. Or you can donate. So if you donate $5 or more, there won't be any more ads. So, ooh, boy, we'll go off course here. So yeah. A lot of those sites, they, in order to stay free, they run on ads. But yeah, that other one, I'm not going to use it anymore because it's so sporadic when you might get information. So I don't know why they can't get it, but I can go on this other website and get information. So I don't know, maybe they took their servers down for the holidays to do maintenance, but I would think if that's the case, they would post a little something on there saying that the servers are down for maintenance. So I was looking for an alternate means of getting the information. And there was somebody did all this math stuff, and it's just like, okay, that doesn't make much sense because they don't explain where some of the numbers come from. A little paradox. So I'm like, nah, I'll go with what I think works, and this other place, this other website seems to work just fine. So we're on our way to South Valley Regional, which is south of Salt Lake City's main airport. We're going to actually fly over Salt Lake City Airport there, big international one, and then we'll refile and head over to Aspen. I'll put the route information. I'll plug that in over there on Nightbot, and we'll be on our way. Fill up the tanks again. Probably have another sunrise. I always feel like I'm off-center to the left of the flight yoke when I fly. Oh, yeah, it isn't lined up exactly. Yeah, I could see that. It does seem like it should be. You should be a little bit like right about there would be center. I don't know if that's how they can fix that. If it's something they can have to go in and change as far as in the flight model itself, I don't know. Yeah, it does seem like, yeah, you're not completely lined up. But I wonder too, that's why I feel like I'm offline when I'm lining up on a runway, because you're not lined up correctly here in the seat either. So I don't know. Yeah, you probably could, but I don't know. I don't know how to do it in on the Xbox side. That's the only thing. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I wouldn't know how to find it and do it either. So. See here, it looks like on the co-pilot side, it looks like you're kind of lined up correctly. But yeah, on the pilot side, you're not. I know how to save a position, but not set it. Oh, okay. So, quick reminder: no update tomorrow. As far as I can tell, it does not appear that there is any kind of an update. Um, Not to say that they could do it; they just won't publish it until the 29th. But I'm not expecting anything tomorrow at all in the marketplace. Especially given that most everybody, Microsoft or Sobo, is on vacation, I think, with their families right now. I wonder if Jorg's shredding it up on the slopes, if he's snowboarding or something. But thank you again, everybody who's coming in and hanging out today. If you've donated to Ava's fund, I greatly appreciate it. Whatever you can give is most welcome. I wonder if maybe that's something that they'll fix with the aircraft and avionics update. Maybe they'll reposition the camera to be more in line with the yoke here. 'Cause that seems more natural right here. I mean, I can move the cursor. I can move things over and then fly from here for the rest of the way and see how we do. Especially with the landing, because as long as I don't reset it. I don't know. Oh. Huh. Yeah, that's a tough one too. That does seem to be a bit odd. Yeah, I noticed the same thing, Texan. So, like, I feel like this would be. That's too far back. Maybe that's about. Oh, there is a thing for the tablet visibility. Okay. I like to tilt it back a little bit. Because that way when I go here, yeah, so that looks a little bit easier to read or see the tablet. Yeah, that's one of the things I think they gotta try to get a little bit better at, is the camera placement. But see, I don't know, like, did somebody actually go and sit in the Junkers, and then they got a picture, and then they said, yeah, from this position, this is how it looks. I don't know how that worked. I mean, there are Junkers. I'm sure they could go and sit in one somewhere and get the information correctly. I don't know. default view in the options menu. Okay. I'll have to look at that later. I feel like if I do it now, I'll get distracted. Next thing I know, I'll be way off course or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'll look into that options menu. So I'm wondering. Hold on a second. When you say options, would it be under general, or would it be under assistance? I'm guessing it would be under general. I don't know. I can't wait for the day that I get a PC and I can probably definitely save all that. Be a lot easier to do, maybe. I don't know. I would hope it'd be easier, but who knows at this point. Oh no, I don't. It's not a very chatty one, Paradox. If you message it to me on Discord, that's fine, and I can post it in there. Yeah, it's not a. It's just a very basic one for me to be able to communicate with the viewers. You know, like my schedule. If I have to cancel a flight or a stream, I can put that in there. Um, yeah, it's not a very chatty one. Because the problem is, once you have a very chatty Discord, then you got to get mods in there and all that. And I've been in Discords where it's it is Discord. Is there it is. Our Brimer. I'll show online. You should be able to see it. There you go. I'm on there now. There it goes. All right, perfect. All right. Yeah, I have it muted, so okay. Thank you. I'll put that in the I'll add that in the Discord. So other folks can learn how to do it. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't have one initially, and then I thought about it. I'm like, well, when I don't, if I have to cancel, if I can't say that I'm canceling, if nobody knows, you know, then people are looking for me, and it's just like, well, I had to cancel the stream. So I create it basically so that I can tell people if I'm not flying that day or something. Then also the what do you call it? Schedule for the week, stuff like that. Yeah, because I've been in Discords where it's just like, and it was mainly kids fussing with each other over stupid crap, right? But I was a moderator in somebody else's Discord. It's just like, people think that you live on Discord after a while, and they just want you to, like, you need to take action on this. And I was like, I don't want to live on Discord. I have a life. So yeah, it's just mainly for information purposes. Milla knows who I'm talking about. If Amilla's still here, he might be eating breakfast right now. yeah, it's just, oh, after a while I'm like, this is not what I wanted. You know? So, and then you get other people, oh, this mod's abusing their authority, and oh my goodness, yeah, it was a no-win situation. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Discord is life. Well, like I I like being able to share information. I like, like everybody has their stuff set up a little bit differently. And some people add like, oh my goodness. Like I think since I joined Two Tones Discord months ago, like there's all more information, and it's just like, oh, welcome to this part of the Discord and all this, and it's just, oh my goodness. Um, like people post so much sometimes I've had to mute parts of somebody's Discord because otherwise it's just like I keep getting these notifications constantly. Just, oh my god. So yeah, yeah, there was one I had to leave. It was getting to be too much. But I've known people who have like a massive Discord. Like they follow so many Discords, and it's like I can't spend that amount of time in every Discord. I'm muted server I join. I try to keep the stuff that is pertinent not muted, but if it's becoming like people just are posting constantly, like like I get like Scruff has his knowledge area or help area, whatever, and sometimes it's just like there's so much information going, responses back and forth, that it's just like I keep getting a notification that somebody's posted, or I immediately think that somebody's messaging me. So I go over there and it's just like another, so yeah, after a while I'm just like, oh, I can't, I gotta mute this, and yeah, but yeah, it's great. There's so many ways that people can use Discord to, yes, that's another, yes. Some people just love to use the at everybody, and, there's been times where people have had to been warned, like, you just can't use that. That's not for general use. That is only for, like, the server owner and the, the mods or something. But yeah, some people do abuse that as well. But I don't think I've ever at everybody on a Discord before, because I'm just like, it's not mine. Unless I was a moderator and it was, the server owner said, yeah, just go ahead and put this out to everybody. But yeah, there's some people that it's a constant at everybody, and just like, oh. But I get it too, like, there's uses for it, like if you're going live and you want everybody to know you're going live kind of thing. And that's what I was going to try to do, but it was just like, after a while it was just too much to try to do it on Discord. So what I just do is I just say I'm going live in 30 minutes or something like that. And then that's like the, be prepared if you're going to watch or whatever. This, you got this much time and all that, so that people have a bit of a warning that I'm going to be going live. I do allow the direct mentions if someone asks me. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's like a whole bunch of ways to set it up that, you know, you don't get bothered by a lot of stuff. Because I knew a lot of people would leave Discords because they'd be at work. And it's like, well, if you mute the server or you mute whatever, then you're good. Well, I don't think you do, Scruff. I don't think anybody does. Like, I get it for you. Like, if you're saying you're going live or you want everybody to know, like, hey, I'm doing this thing for Ava's family, kind of thing. I mean, those are important things. Um, but yeah, yeah, um, yeah. There's a difference between relaying info and then just saying it just because you want the attention and you don't have anything important to say. All right, and then our last leg is what? 14 nautical miles to our destination. All right, so we're almost there, folks, to our first destination today. Oh. Just saying that. That's gross. I'll tell you the I know for sure the one thing that'll help me the most when you know, once I'm on the PC, having the ability to troubleshoot with other people who are on the PC will be a major help. Because that's, you know, like on the Xbox, I'm very limited on, you know, it's like the file stuff. I don't have like a community folder that I have to empty or whatever. Um, but yeah, it's but having the ability to talk to other folks on the PC side to troubleshoot will be a big help. Because it seems the one thing that most people have trouble with is their graphics setting, um, and all that. You know, trying to get the best graphics out of their cards. So, yeah, trying to tweak all those things definitely be a big help when the day comes. Finally, step over into the PC side of things and do a lot more. Just under 27 nautical miles today. The honeydew list. I got you, Scruff. No worries. We'll be here. We still got another flight to do, so try not to work too hard on the honeydew list. Well, you might have to, otherwise the wife isn't going to be happy. Cleaning carpets. Oh, joy. Good stuff right there. Did you rent one of them steamer things or whatever, or are you getting on there with the brush and soap and doing it by hand? Oh, it has the steaming. Yeah, those are nice. Well, I imagine, especially if you have pets, that's like the best way to go, because you get all that deep stuff and get all the hair and pet dander and all that kind of stuff out of the carpets. Gotta have fresh carpets for the holidays. Now, the question will be, how many people are going to notice your clean carpets when they come over for the holidays? Oh, these carpets look so clean. Women notice, but men could care less. Yeah. Men would. Most people go in and go like, "Oh, I see the bar's stocked. Look at all that food." Oh, the carpets are clean. The drapes are all clean. Oh my goodness. I'm there for food, family, and friends. There you go. If the carpets are a little bit suspect, who am I to judge? That's most important. As long as the food's not overcooked or undercooked, and there's plenty to drink, whatever it is, the kids can go and run around and run themselves silly. My folks, whenever, like my grandparents, my mom's side of the family would come for the holidays, we'd have, we'd eat and all that kind of stuff. And then my mom and dad would play pinochle against my grandma and grandpa, my mom's parents. And so I would try to understand the concept of the game, but I never quite understood it. But I just remember them. That was one of their things they would always do is play pinochle. Mostly the food. Yeah, I like the food. I don't see. I haven't been to like a proper. See, like growing up, my mom would have like folks from work over for like a Christmas party kind of thing. You know, beer, wine. You know, mainly finger foods kind of stuff. You know, like the vegetable platter with the ranch dip. You know, small finger sandwiches, stuff like that. But yeah, people would come over, and there was some suspect people who would arrive already fairly intoxicated. You know, what? Did you stop off at the liquor store on the way over and just drink a fifth of Jack or something? What happened? You know. I have a story about a certain Christmas party. I shouldn't tell it because it's yeah. I'm lucky I didn't get banished from the family. Let's put it that. Well, I shouldn't say banished. I'm lucky it let's just say things were already awkward at that particular moment, but it could have gotten worse, and luckily it didn't. What's the best Christmas I ever had? Well, I don't know. I've had some. Well, I don't want to say I've had bad ones. I mean, you know, I've had Christmases where I've been on deployment, or I was getting ready for deployment. I've had other Christmases where I was working, and it was like, you know, trying to find time to go over and see family and all that. I don't know. I mean, Christmas I always enjoyed the Christmases when my grandparents were alive, and we would go up there for Christmas because there was snow, and we'd go snowmobiling with my grandfather. I always liked those. Those were really good memories. But yeah, other than that, it's just, you know, standard. Because I think when you're a kid, you don't really notice things. You don't really see I don't want to say a larger picture. I don't know how to term it, but you don't really see the some of the things that are happening. I love snowmobiling with my grandfather. That was, you know, like one of the things that we would do. He would try to, if we were up there for some time, he would try to take us. My brother, we'd do a day with him, just our, you know, one of us at a time, and we'd go, because up where they lived up at Lake Elsinore, they would do. There was like a lot of old logging roads, so when it was winter time, all those were snowed over, and nobody, you know, they weren't plowed or anything, so we could just go out there. So my grandmother would make sandwiches, and she'd put some lunches together for us, and then we'd go out there, and yeah, it was really neat. Those were like my best memories of Christmas, but otherwise it was just like they weren't good. Otherwise, they were, well, I don't want to say they weren't good. They were suspect. They were that. I don't know how to term it. I guess in a way, like you could tell when the the holiday spirit was legit versus like faked. I guess in a way. I don't know. But you know, again, as a kid, you don't really notice it, and then when you start thinking about it, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, now these things kind of make sense. So yeah. Yeah, snowmobiling was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed that one. And he knew areas like the back of his hand because he was also a volunteer search and rescue person. So he always kind of knew the lay of the land, regardless of the season. He's a very outdoorsy kind of person. Although he didn't, you wouldn't have thought that, but he was very much, that was a thing for him that he really enjoyed, was being a part of the outdoors and enjoying nature. But he also taught us, I don't know, I can't say the same thing with my brother, but he was very big about respecting nature. You know. All right, I think we should be able to call in and tell them we're coming in. Lose a lot of altitude here. I'm not going to do the traffic pattern. I'm not going to do the pattern. I'm just going to go straight in on 1.6. Oh, 6 part. Okay. Well, they should be done now. I'm just getting ready to. I'm just trying to drop some altitude here, and we're just gonna go straight in, right there. We just flew right. We're flying over Salt Lake City. There's the big airport here in Salt Lake City. I don't think we would get permission to fly over. Really. All right, so as soon as we're on the ground, we'll refile and be back in the air. Probably just take a moment to run to the little captain's room, get some water. So this airport looked like it would be towered. I guess not. All right, let me get on the ground here, and then we'll catch up on the chat. We're going to take off again from runway 16. That seems to be the way the wind's blowing, so we'll have our headwind for takeoff. And just got to look up the information for Aspen. A little bump coming up. Like it. On behalf of myself and entire flight crew, we'd like to welcome you to South Valley Regional in Salt Lake City, Utah. Local time, I do believe, is 7:08 in the morning. I don't know if they're 2 hours or 3 hours. Anyway, we understand and appreciate the fact that this was a that I'm able to land. Yeah, it is a bit of a challenge, but it's one of those ones that if you just practice at it, it's not so bad. It's just getting used to the little quirks of the aircraft on landing. So yeah, we'll be back in just a moment, folks. We're going to park it, and then we'll shut the engine off, and then we'll get ready to refly the, or not refly, we're going to fly our next leg here. I think I'm going to pull... Yeah, the DC-3. I haven't flown it. I've flown it once on a stream, and I'm a bit disappointed in some of the comments that the developers have made regarding the Xbox side of the sim and the aircraft, and yeah, so it will not be getting any love from me for the near future. And I get it; it's free, but it's I'm just not going to give airtime to a product from a developer who has a very sour view of the Xbox side. All right. Well, there we go. Let's see if we end up having like a bunch of fuel trucks sitting around waiting for our business. Like yesterday when we landed there in Winnemucca. All right, take care, Paradox. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day. You know, it's sad because that was one of the planes I've been really looking forward to flying in the sim here, even on the Xbox side. And yeah, they all right, go. All right. So there's flight one. Let's get that put in over here on FS Hub. Under Parasocks. Parasocks Airlines. Just because you have a pair of socks does not mean that they need to match. Just remember that. Food for thought. All right, KWMC at 11:43. We went to uniform 42 at 14:05. Submit. And then, all right. That. All right, and then we're going to go back to main menu. We'll get this set up, and then I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be in the air. So. Six, and we're going to just make sure that is the correct way to go. Yep, still the correct way. And we're going to case, and we want runway 15. Oh, it's snowing there. Aspen. Real life. It is negative 6.1 degrees Celsius in Aspen. Wait, it says, oh, 15, not 1. I thought it said 16, but we're going 15 here. Arrive. And VOR to VOR. And that is, yep, perfect. All right, let me just take a quick break, folks, and I'll be right there. All right, let's do this. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody's messages. Yeah, I did come in a little bit high, but it was like I didn't. Oh, thank you, Joseph. Thank you again, Joseph. All right, let's do this. We'll get the. Oh, let me make sure we have our. Oh, looks like we. Oh, we lost our passengers. Hold on a second, folks. Sorry about that. My buddy was calling me. I think he butt dialed me. Anyway, all right. Let's go ahead and get in here and get the time reset. Have a nice. Oh, I forgot. Hold on a second. Almost forgot this. Root. We have MTU RIL case 1 5. There we go. All right. Oops. Ah. There we go. All right. There it is. All right, let's do this. All right, let's get our lights. Dome. We just put it on dim. That's fine. Let's do this as well. Open 270. All right. First leg is 90 nautical miles. All right. I think we are all set. Oh, the fuel did not. I thought it said 80. It's not. All right. All right, I think we're all set now. There we go. Away we go. Again. Alright, now this is going to be the tricky part here. Gotta head over that way, which means there's a mountainous area right there in the way of our Alright, so this is going to be the tricky part. I think we can squeeze through here. I think being the key word here. Those clouds look a little weird. It's like there's just a flat bottom there. All right. I think we can squeeze through here. But we're going to find a way to make it. If it would be better to go to there. Can't see the little puffy clouds just hanging right in front of the entrance into this mountain range. You know what? I think we're just going to go with it. Actually, you know what? No. Let's go. Seems like it's got an actual way through the valley. There's like a little valley here or something. There's a river somewhere in there, it looks like. So we're going to try to cut through here as best as we can. is going to go very well or it's going to end poorly. One or the other. We might have been able to make it through there. Oh, I think I missed the, we should have turned back there. Alright. I overshot my turn. Here's what we're going to try to do. I think I can do this. A little bit of adventure here, huh? All for a good cause. Uh-oh. Said either this is going to go very well or it's going to end poorly. The hair of our chinny chin chin, we're going to make this. We'll do a little bit of seat of our pants flying right now. In the chat in just a moment. We focus on getting us through this mess first. Bets, are you hiding your eyes right now? Rob, why would you go this way? This isn't safe. Where else on the middle of the week leading up to Christmas are you going to get this kind of excitement, huh? Where else in the world? Look at that. Just a bit. Just a bit, Bex. Just a bit risky. I think we're out of the... I think we're okay now. Woo-wee! How about that kind of flying? How about that? Where else in the world do you get this kind of fun? Middle of the week. Addies, you don't even get this kind of fun at the dodgy McDonald's you go to. Where there's a will in the mountains, there's a way out of the mountains. Ta-da. Well, I like to think that Ava was flying with us. How about that? Got us through the mountains that she couldn't get through with the cancer, unfortunately. All right. Pictures downloaded. All right, there we go. And again, for those of you who have donated today, if you have, thank you so much for helping Scruffy help the family. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for helping that family put a little dent in those medical bills. Any dent is better than no dent at all. Thank you everybody for coming in and hanging out today for however long you're able to come in and join us on the line. You know, it's that time of year, people have guests over, getting ready for this weekend and everything. Thank you for spending time with us today. We can get some of those hearts in the chat for Ava. It's not quite her favorite color, but there's not a light blue heart, unfortunately. If we can get some hearts in the chat for Ava and show some love to Scruffy for putting this together to help this family out. Greatly appreciate it. Excuse me. So we'll be back tomorrow, 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UTC, UK, and for our next leg of Route 66. Don't know. Yeah, sure we get out of the not quite out of the mountains yet. Let me see. Next leg is 143 nautical miles tomorrow. Trying to figure out which aircraft I'm going to fly tomorrow. To look at what we can do. As far as the aircraft goes, I don't want it to be too slow, and I don't want it to be too fast. That's going to be the tricky part, I think. There's that. Alright, 37 nautical miles to our first leg there, or to our first nav point, which is a EOR DME. And we have 117 nautical miles to our second EOR DME. And then we turn in 44 nautical miles into Aspen-Pitkin County's Sardy Field. Blah 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 la la la. La la la, boots on the runway. There we go. Not boots on the table, boots on the runway. There's a little airfield up here somewhere. So maybe that's it over there. Huh. Now, right now, in real world, this is all snow covered. It's snowing in Aspen right now. We're gonna get there. Some nice clouds in the sky. Put it on the ground. We'll park it just like we did over there in Winnemucca, and park this time, we will wrap the stream up for today. Looks like we'll be going for about, let's see, we've been flying for about a little over 3 hours, 3:10, something like that, 3 hours, 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll park it, shut everything down, we'll wrap the stream up. We'll have a bit of probably about 4 hours streaming today. Nearly as long as, I think Scruff did 7, almost 8 hours last night total. Most of the late morning into the evening-ish. Continue our fundraising efforts tomorrow on Route 66. Might fly the Cessna 172, although I'm not sure. It's no, Flagstaff's a little bit up in altitude, I think. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll fly something. Like I said, nothing too fast, nothing too slow, but we'll have a nice relaxing flight. And a nice sunny day. Thank you again to those who have donated today. Greatly appreciated. Check your emails. I'm sure if you have already, if you haven't already, you might have. If you did donate, you probably will have received this message from Scruffy thanking you for your donation. You should expect one sometime soon. If you're here just to support the stream, weren't able to donate, I still appreciate your support. Don't want anybody to think that, oh, ads are coming in. Ads are about to start. Stand by for the ads. Ad attack will commence shortly. Well, it wasn't Forder that rated, it was Fabio that rated, was it Fabio? Yeah, it was Fabio that rated, Scruffy last night. I don't know why I thought Forder. It was Fabio. Forder, Fabio. Can't believe it's not Butter. Yeah, Fabio was the one that rated Scruffy stream last night. Well, I can't get this thing to just kind of level off somewhere. A bit of a roller coaster ride here on the second leg today. So this one might premiere a little bit past past noon tomorrow, depending on what time we land there in Aspen. We still got a second VOR. Kind of keeping almost on the same heading as this leg is. So once we're there, we'll churn in and get ready to land there at Aspen. Should be a nice picturesque landing. Now there is I do believe at let's see here. AASE. I think we're almost out of the mountains now. Should have an ILS approach 11 or not 11. 5. It's a localizer. Really. Roaring Fort Visual 1.5. Huh. Okay. Alright, so there are mountains. Which one are we heading to? We're going to RIL, Life. This is really... The airport is at... Boy, this thing is pretty up high in altitude, actually. This might be a tricky approach. Oops, a daisy. Trying to like get some information here. Oh boy, we have to be really up in altitude for this approach. I should have done some research before I... and I'm on mute this entire time. Sorry about that. Um, Thank you, Ian, for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for this first time chat, Adam. So we're doing 2 legs today. This is our second leg. We just took off from South Valley Regional in Utah, just outside of Salt Lake City. And we're heading to Aspen, Colorado. I was just kind of looking at the approach into Aspen for the runway that we have picked for today. It's going to be a bit of a touchy approach and all that. But thank you, Ian, for the raid. Appreciate it. I am your host, Pilot Uncle B. So we're doing this normally on Mondays and Wednesdays. I wasn't able to stream Monday, so I did Monday's flight yesterday, and I'm doing 2 legs today in support of Scruffy Tam, who is doing. I'll give him a shout out for those of you who don't follow him yet. Give him a follow, please. Over on Twitch. So he's raising money for a family whose 10-year-old daughter died last week from cancer. So I'm working on trying to help support him with that. He's going to shut down the GoFundMe on Friday morning. There's the GoFundMe. If you can donate, any donations are appreciated. Whatever you can give. Well, thank you, Ian. Appreciate that. So yeah, we're doing that today. Normally I would have wrapped up the stream back in Utah, in Salt Lake City, but I decided to try to squeeze in one more flight to try to help raise a little bit more money for help Scruffy, help that family. We are way off track here. So yeah, I was just looking at the approach into Aspen. It's going to be a bit crazy, so I really got to get back over here and get this intercept. Yeah, we had a flight through the mountains trying to get over here, and yeah, it's been a wild ride so far this morning. But yeah, welcome everybody. Nice to have you all along. Tomorrow we're doing another leg on the Route 66 flight. We're flying from Gallup to Flagstaff, and then we're let me dial in the next 1:10:60. So we're doing that tomorrow. Then Friday we're going to be in the Twin Beach in South America. We're going to be departing from an airport in Venezuela. We're heading into Guyana. I think it's Guyana. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. If I am, I apologize in advance. So we'll be doing South America. That'll be leg 2 of our South America tour in the Twin Beach. And then we'll take the weekend off. And then we'll be back Monday on our leg 31 of our continuing journey across America in the Junkers 52. I'm not sure where we'll be heading yet. I got to put it together next week's flight plan. I do know next week on Friday the 30th, we're going to do a jetliner flight from United Airlines service from Chicago O'Hare to Newark, New Jersey, Newark Liberty. I do have a Discord. It's not a very chatty Discord, but I do post the schedule there, and the if I have to cancel the stream, I post that in there as well. I do post pictures from the flight that I take while we're flying. Post them over there as well. So if you want to keep up with what I'm up to, more than welcome to join the Discord. Like I said, it's not a very chatty Discord. It's just a means for me to keep in contact with the viewers. Once a month we do a Saturday flight. We already did our one for the month of December, but we do a jetliner flight on a Saturday. So we got to plan the one for January still, and all that. So yeah, that's what we're working. Still lots of flying left to do today. We're on our main leg here of 117 nautical miles. Just passed our first VOR DME back there. Ah, there's the person with the plow. Ah, finally. There's the, again, there's the thing for donate to Ava's family. She passed away a week ago, earlier this week, a week ago, last week, early in the week. So, Scruffy's trying to raise money to help them with the medical bills. So, if you can give anything at all, whatever you can give is greatly appreciated. If you can't give financially, you just want to hang out and send some positive thoughts, those are welcome as well. Thank you for the rating. Greatly appreciate that. I think, I don't know, I feel like you've rated me before. I've seen your name somewhere. I don't know if I've seen you in Scruffy's stream or in maybe Captain Arish, or I recognize your name. I don't know from where though. But thank you for the raid. Greatly appreciate that. Hopefully everybody's enjoying their week, and hopefully you'll be able to be with family this time if you aren't already. Hopefully everybody has a safe and wonderful holidays. Traveling, be safe traveling. Don't drive like a maniac. It's not worth getting in an accident. Over here, the truck with the snow plow here, cleaning up the parking lot here in my apartment complex. I apologize if you're hearing that. Right, just kind of looking at our, once we get to our um, VORDME there, RIL, once we get the signal that we're heading the general direction for it. There's a river that kind of goes, that feeds into near where the Aspen airport is. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to follow that in to that valley there, kind of. Then we'll touch down runway 15. That is the preferred runway. Currently, based on the winds, we have a 3-knot headwind and a 2-knot crosswind. We're in Aspen. Let's see if we can figure out where we are roughly. To our... Okay, let's see where we are roughly. Not quite halfway into this leg of the flight. Not even quite a quarter of the way in yet. We're getting there. We're getting there. We appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out today. Thank you so much. Thank you again for those who have been able to donate to the GoFundMe there for Ava's family. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. For myself and the entire flight crew, including Scruffy, we thank you. Excuse me. So for those of you who may wonder, this was a free update. This little iPad here came with the aircraft update a couple weeks back. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything to download it and use it. There's a power button here. It only tilts. It does not move any other way. There's no other way to kind of change the directions or anything. And then it does have a hide. You know, you can hide it. You don't use it or see it, whatever. I just like having it because it does help keep things on track, especially as I stream. You know, time is sometimes a bit valuable. Try to get the flight done in a reasonable amount of time. At least the parking lot looks a lot better than it did a little while ago. Then it's got to get those sidewalks cleared up. Lawsuits waiting to happen. almost halfway. We're getting there. Hopefully by then we'll pick up our VRDME signal. You know how much we have left to go. Fly it manually in there into Aspen. Oh, we're flying manually. We're gonna have to do the twisty turns and whatnot. Make sure we're lined up and get it on the ground, and we'll be the day there. Almost a quarter way in on this leg. Getting there. Check. Yep, there we are. We just passed MTU, which does have a airport there. We're not too far out of it, so if you're wanting to join in, there's an airport there. It's called what is it? There's Duchenne Municipal. It is uniform 6-9, or you can go Roosevelt Municipal at 7-4 Victor. Are the ones, two airports behind us if you're going to pop in. To continue flying with me if you want to. You're more than welcome to. Otherwise, our next airport is their KRIL Rifle. That's where we're heading towards right now. But we're still close enough to those airports behind us that if you're going to pop in, those would be the both back here. Those would be your options. Uniform 4-2, their South Valley Regional is well behind us there. Way on the other side of the mountains. Oh, there is another airport, K 4 Victor 0. Rangeley is another airport option if you're going to pop in. Get back to the chat here. Almost to the halfway. Where are we getting? Ooh, boy, we're getting off track here. We're going to do that. After yesterday's fiasco where we got all turned around and went back the other way. Don't want that again. Alright, we should be almost near the halfway point here soon. I think pretty soon we should get our signal and know exactly where we are, how much farther we got to go. This will be in the 50 nautical mile range. So we're at our second final VOR DME. Alright, let's see if we can figure out roughly where we are now. Should see something else that can give us an idea, but we should be almost at our halfway point. This leg. VOR DME might be not powerful enough to get all the way out this far. There's this kind of a mountain ridge line there. So hopefully once we're over that, we may get our signal there. Figured out how much farther we got to go. I gotta start thinking about lunch here pretty soon before I know it. We've been going for quite some time this morning. Seems like it's been longer than 4 hours and 10 minutes. All right. Oh, there it is. 59. I wasn't too far off. I figured it'd be in the 50s. There we are. All right, we're almost there, folks. We're good. Oh. Thank you again, everybody, for coming in and hanging out. Thank you again to those who donated, whether it was yesterday or today, or if you're waiting and you can donate tomorrow, whichever. It's perfectly fine. If you cannot donate, it is also fine. And please do not put yourself into any kind of financial burden to help this family out. Money's tight, money is tight. It's quite okay. Positive thoughts, prayers, etc., etc., is also welcome. Also want to thank you those who helped this channel grow this year. Much appreciated. Thank you for the new friends I've made this year. Thank you for the old faces and the new faces. There we go. How about that? And everything in between. Looks very, I don't know what that is, but that looks kind of unnatural. Yes, old friends, new friends, yep, all the above. One's here and the one's gone. Hopefully 2023 is a good year for everybody. Hopefully the holidays are everything you hope they are and more. If not, there's always next year. Yes, absolutely, Nick. Absolutely. Yes, indeed. Ooh, boy. Oops, Daisy. We're getting off course here. Oops, 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 oops. Goodness gracious. The wind's conspiring against me again. All right. Oh boy, we are getting really pushed off here. All right, I better start paying attention to what I'm doing here. Otherwise, we're going to be running out of fuel again. Have to pretend we got an in-there refuel point. Oh, okay, I see what it is. A little ridge. Boy, when they took this picture, there must have been either something reflected off of that ridge line there, and it just looks unnatural. What it is, but anyways. All right, just under 40 nautical miles. Now it's weird. I was expecting a tailwind into, heading east, and it feels like we've just been fighting the wind all along, almost like we're into a headwind, slowing us down. I don't know if that's really the case. Although I don't have the live weather on, so I don't know why it feels like we're fighting the wind. I would have thought that once we got over those mountains earlier on that we would have had a bit of smooth sailing, but we did for a bit, but now it's like the wind's doing its own thing again. The plane's like, oh yeah, let's do this. So I will try to keep an eye on the chat, but if I have to focus on keeping us going the right direction, I'll do that. Apologize in advance. Yeah, this thing is not wanting to some crazy winds in this. Heading over here. Just under 33 miles. It doesn't seem like I would have thought we would have been going a lot faster. We should have been like over 100 knots. We've been barely scraping by on the low 90s. Even when we nose over a little bit, it's still not picking up enough speed to make much of a difference. I don't know why that is. We did get going a little bit quick as we nosed over out of those mountains and back to a more sensible altitude, I think. I'm going to try to step away for a quick second, folks. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Well, at least the wind and the plane didn't conspire against me while I stepped away for a moment. Thank you, Milla. I think Addie's fell asleep. Either there he's having his early early lunch or early dinner. Lunch, dinner. I believe it's almost 5 o'clock in the evening there in the UK. Or it will be in another hour. We had to go back to his nan's again. His family the power. Anywho's. No, why don't you contact Denver Approach? I think we're anywhere near Denver Approach. We that? Oh, that's kind of weird. Ooh, look at that. I think Romeo India RIL rifle should be just on the other side of this ridge line here. Right out there somewhere, I think. And then, let's just see if Aspen's even on the list yet. Not yet. Okay. Actually, you know what we might just do? We're gonna have to leave this open so that I can call in to say we're coming in for landing. Not that we have to. I know some people don't use the ATC in the sim and just kind of do their own thing anyway. But don't. Oh boy, look at. Of course. One of those itches on the back of I can't scratch, I can't reach it. Oh well. Just gotta suffer through it. Boy, the wind through here is out live weather. I just don't get how the wind is acting this way. Back scratcher things. Oh, the ads are starting. One more ad. Group of ads. That should be for the rest of the stream. scratch my back against the wall there. Ooh, corner, something just. Oh boy, that's much better. All right. Flying Dog Ranch. I'm not sure I want to know how that airport got its name. Okay, so I think let's get over this valley. We gotta look for this river, which is right kind of like here. We're seeing parts of it. And so we're gonna follow that in kind of into Aspen. Oh, well, that's not. That's Kilo Alpha Sierra Echo Case is our airport code. Sky vector here. Alright, so our airport should just be on the other side of that river kind of area there. There, that should be it right there. Alright. We're going to follow that river basically into Aspen. I do believe looks like it goes over that way, which does lead us towards Aspen. Alright, so I am going to, oh, looks like the ads just got done. Perfect. Perfect timing. So from here on, I'm going to have to really focus on getting us into Aspen. So if you post anything in the chat, I will catch up to it afterwards. If it's a question or whatever, my mods usually can answer them for me. If not, please sit tight and I will try to get to your question or comment or whatever after we're on the ground in Aspen. Thank you. Okay, there's Rifle Airport there. There's that river. Alright, so we will get intercept Rifle and then we'll turn to the left there just a little bit. And follow that river. So we're the stream and I are on the same sheet of music here. this. Get an idea. All right. All right. There is another small airport up in here somewhere. Sky back we gotta be on the Glenwood Springs is near Glenwood Springs Airport, which is the one. So that's closest to us now, and that should be over. Should be to our, it's almost below us. Like a small airport. Yeah, that looks like a little airport back there. Let's just have a look. Oh, we're not there yet. Okay, there's that airport there. Wait, is it? Yeah. KGWS, Glenwood Springs. So we'll cut across here and we'll intercept an airport and turn more to the right. Let me get back to the chat here so I don't miss anything. We're just looking for case. It's our airport code. Alright, now we gotta turn over this way. Alright, there's that airport there, KGWS, that's it. Alright, there's our airport right there. Yes. I like it, straight in 1-5. You got it, buddy. I like it. Got it. There's that. Okay. kind of feel like this is our airport here. Let's double check things. Yep. Okay. It is really kind of tucked away here in Aspen. Oh, there's our pattern entry right there. Perfect. All right, we can get rid of this thing now. Okay. Thank you again for everybody for hanging out today. Thank you for the donations. If you did donate, greatly appreciated. Here for the positive vibes to send to the family. For that as well. Thank you again, Scruffy, for doing all you can to help this family out in their time of need and their time of grief. So fantastic. You do that for them. Excuse me. Some lunch. I might even take a nap. A lot of flying today. A lot of flying. But that's okay. It was all for a good cause. Back tomorrow, 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UTC/UK. Next leg of Route 66. Gallop to Flagstaff. The visual approach would take us through. There's like a way to get in there visually, but I thought there was an ILS approach, to be honest. Apparently there is not. I'm guessing the pilots who fly in and out of here to bring the... It is 7... Oh boy. It is 737 Amela. I'm sure the runway might be long enough for you to take off or to land on the 737 or in a 737. But there is not a... There's an RNAV approach, I think. But it looked like when I was checking this area out last night for today, it did appear like there was a ILS approach into Aspen. But when I was looking at it, it did not... I didn't see, when I checked like Navigraph, the chart did not show an ILS approach. It showed an RNAV and a visual approach, or localizer DME approach, but which I guess would be the same as an ILS approach. But I think you could probably do it. I mean, I think a 737 or even an A320 would be able to get in and out of here no problem. But it is a very unique entry into, you got to look at all these mountains. Like, I'm trying to figure out what way are we going to climb out of here on Monday next week for the to get out of here to head to our next destination. Still got to drop some altitude here. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Interesting. Still at kind of a steep angle, but at least it's been an interesting flight today, especially the second leg getting through those mountains. Hello, I gotta go to bed. You're here just in time. We're getting ready to land here in Aspen. We're wrapping the stream up. It's been a long morning. We raised a few more dollars for Scruffy's fundraising campaign to help the family out there that lost their daughter a week ago to cancer. So once we are on the ground, we are wrapping things up here. Hey. Alright, let me get this thing on the ground here. Boy, we are way still very steep. I think it's got a pretty decent runway length there that we can. Little bump coming up. Oof. All right, we made it. We made it. On behalf of myself and entire flight crew, we'd like to welcome you to Aspen, Colorado. Local time is, I think it's 9:39 in the morning. Flight's been good. Yeah, we had 2 good legs. This is the second and final leg of today. This is leg 30 of the flight across America here in the Ukers 52. This was kind of a last-minute plan that I put together last night for the second leg of today. Try to help race. Thank you, Bex. It was all right. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. Yeah, we had a interesting takeoff out of South Valley Regional there in Utah. Had to get through the mountains and all that. Really? Okay. We're just gonna go park over there. All right. But yeah, it's been good. So there's the link for the donation. If you haven't given and you'd like to, there's the GoFundMe page that Scruffy has set up for the family there. It's he's taking it down on Friday morning, so he has time to process the stuff to be able to get that money to the family. So if you have given, thank you so much. If you cannot give, it's okay. We appreciate you being here and supporting the effort. You're welcome, Amela. So don't feel guilty if you're not able to financially. Your positive thoughts and prayers are welcome as well. So don't feel if you can't. So yeah, it looks like you could. In theory, there is spots here. It looks like for like a 737, probably more like an Embraer or a CRJ sort of stuff would probably be better in and out of here, I would think. They do have enough oomph for the takeoff and landing, I think. But yeah, a 737 might make it. The small, like the earlier 737s, maybe even an A319 or an A310 would probably make it in and out of here okay. But yeah, just know that if you're landing, I don't know if there's, I don't think it's an ILS approach. It's a localizer DME, but you're probably going to have to do a lot of manual flying to land it. Maybe even to take off. So. Alright, let's go ahead and get our lights off here because we got that glare in the props. let's get the engine shut off here. There we go. There's the tablet gone. So that's how that works. And let's go ahead and shut our batteries. There's one. There's two. Yeah, I would say, well, like the Embraers, the 170, 175s, maybe the smaller CRJs could probably get in and out of there. I would say for sure. Certainly a business jet of some kind, like the Longitude or maybe even the Vision jet, the Honda jet, probably make it in and out okay. So anyway, hold on just a second, folks. Let me go ahead and put my hours here in on the second flight here on the FS Hub. Second set here. And that is 52. There it is. Two. We went 1440. We arrived at Case at 16:35. Submit. And let me get put my little picture in for that. And we are all set. I gotta get those two put in on my own personal tracker so I track my hours. So 2 hours and 15 minutes, not too shabby. We did pretty good with that. All right, there we go. So yeah, this will probably premiere at about quarter to 1 on Thursday. So I have time to download and get everything all set up. No, I did. I had some donuts and I had a granola bar and coffee. So yeah, I'm about ready for lunchtime. Thank you, Joseph. Joseph is always late to the party, overdressed and late. I'm kidding. Thank you, Joseph. So yes, that will do it. Yeah, I know. As usual, always in at the end. So that's okay. Anyway, that will do it for today, folks. Thank you again for everybody who's supported the stream today and supported the fundraising efforts. We'll keep it going tomorrow and try to help Scruffy get as much money as he can for that family. Oh! Hello, Celestial Navigator. Welcome. Been the whole here. My battery was low. Okay. Welcome, Celestial Navigator. For those of you who do not know, Celestial Navigator is the one that has been helping Captain Arish learn about celestial navigating. Welcome to the channel. Very nice to see you. Yep, we're just about ready to wrap up. We did 2 legs today. We went from Winnemucca, Nevada to South Valley, Utah. Yes, I do know you. I've seen you in Captain Arish's streams and Allison's streams and all that. So yes, I'm well aware who you are. So yes, absolutely amazing work that he's done to help Captain Arish learn celestial navigating to help with when he did the flight with Allison. He was Fred Noonan to Allison's Amelia Earhart. So, yes, absolutely amazing stuff. So, he was instrumental in helping out with that. So, anyway, but thank you for the follow. And, yeah, we will be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what plane, but we're doing our Route 66 stuff. And we will continue the fundraising effort tomorrow as well. And then, so, yeah. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for being part of the stream. Thank you if you donated or if you were just here to send some positive thoughts to the family. Again, those are appreciated as well. Understand that everybody's able to give financially, but thoughts and prayers and everything are also welcome. So, Anyway, that will do it for today. Thank you all again. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday morning, still in some places. Evening. You're welcome, Joseph. Always, it's already Thursday. Somewhere in the world, it is. So do enjoy your day. I have been and always shall be your host and pilot, Uncle B. Until tomorrow, 6:45 Eastern, 11:45 UTC/UK. Until then, peace, live long, and prosper.